Hello, and welcome to the stream. Just gonna get my windows set up here. We have a lot to do today. But basically, we're gonna be making a brochure for my players, and it's gonna serve both as sort of a reference for their map and for sort of the travel routes around the city, but also as a cheat sheet for the system that we're playing in, which is Savage Worlds. All right, here we go. So this is the sort of mock-up that I made in InDesign, just to give an idea of how it's going to be laid out. So this is the over on the right side is the front of the brochure, and then this map is going to be sort of on the back folded section. So that'll be folded in half. But it'll have the map. I'm going to draw it in a different style. I'm basically going to approach illustration for this project in a way that a printing press would make an image print on a piece of paper like this. So I'm actually going to I'll do a sketch, and then I'm going to have a layer above that, and I'm basically going to carve out with the eraser the stuff I don't want to see, because that is how they would have done like a copper etching or wood etching illustration for newspapers back in the 1800s. So to give it a more authentic look, like it came from that, I'm going to approach my digital illustration in the same way. But I'm going to have a little blurb on the front about Misery, the city of dreams, which is kind of a fun combo to have a miserable name and then call it the city of dreams. I like the contrast there. But something my players wanted to know is like, why does Misery have such sad names? So we're going to dive into that a little bit. Maybe I'll do some writing, but most likely I'll probably just get around to the art for now. But also on this map, I'll have some landmarks, and then all these blank boxes with the borders are where our illustrations today are going to go. They're just placeholders. So on the map, I'm going to have a little trolley down at the bottom, and I'm going to have a little boat down at the bottom, so that the tourists know what the transit looks like for land and sea in the city. And then this is the the back side. So over on the far right, this is the actual like back of the brochure, and that will have that'll have an image, historic image of the queen, I guess the last queen of Misery, um, that the city sort of celebrates. There's statues of her all around. There's imagery of her on coins and all that. So just giving a little historical context. And maybe I'll dive into why it has sad names there. The culture section is going to have some blurb about the education system. So I actually have a physical brochure that I sketched, and I I didn't mean for it to get attached to it, but I made this tiny little doodle of this guy, and I really liked him, and I decided I was gonna make that dude the the Anguish of Saint Anguish Academy. So I'm gonna make him into a proper historical figure that kind of promoted the investment into education in the city that our players will be a part of. And then down below, I'm not sure what I'm going to do down below for this one. I might do maybe just like the factories for like the industry, or maybe the carnival. That could be fun too. But we'll see. Over here is the inside of the brochure. So once you open the pamphlet from the front, this is what you'll see on the back here. But it basically just goes over the system and how to roll your dice and all the rules for this system, how it works, and then sort of a combat cheat sheet with all of the actions that you can take. Really condensed down, so not like a full explanation like in the rule book, but just a nice reference sheet. So that'll be nice for them. That way this has an application to my players, not just as a fun little gimmick, but as something practical they can use for every game. And then this is something I made a long time ago of potential trolley routes. I like this red loop. I might redesign some of these just because I think a loop would be nicer to have on some of them, but others just go back and forth through the city, and I think that works fine. The trolleys don't reach every county. Some of these more outer rural areas don't get them, especially down at the bottom here. But whenever they're going along and deciding how they're going to get from place to place, they know exactly what routes to take. And all these kind of circles are the trolley stops. So that's where you can transfer off of this one and get onto the next one. So depending on where they live, they can figure out how they're going to get to school. Because I've got a player that lives kind of up here, so they would take the red line down and then the blue line over. And I've got another player that lives kind of up here, so they would probably take the yellow or maybe even just the green to go straight down. And then other players that live closer may not even need to take the trolley. I've got some that live in the actual district, so they might just take blue to green or even just green going up. But the trolleys in this world, I'm going to have some of them be yellow trolleys, which is a very kind of a nod to the American school bus, just because I like that. It's what I've grown up seeing. I know that's not something that you see in Europe at all, which is mainly the aesthetic influence of the city, but I kind of want a little mishmash of different things. And especially because they have invested so much in their education system. That's what draws a lot of people into the city with the university up here. So they've got their own line going up on that orange. But yeah, we're just going to illustrate a bunch of stuff for this brochure. But where to start? Let's make a trolley. I feel like making a trolley. And I'm going to grab a nice brush. We'll do some sketching first. And I'm going to pull up some historical photos. Maybe I'll copy them into the document so you guys can see them too. Just to get some reference. And that'll be nice. So we've got kind of an 1800s trolley. And there's two distinct styles I've noticed in kind of looking at these trolleys. We've got sort of a closed side version. And we've also got this sort of open side version. So I'm not sure exactly which one I want to pursue for Misery's trolleys, but maybe a combination of two. Ooh, here's one. Here we go. Let me grab this and throw it in there. That's kind of nice. I like that this is sort of big open and then has a closed middle part. That's kind of a nice balance between the two. I don't mind that at all. Because I do like the idea of people sort of hopping on and hopping off, and maybe it might be a case of there might be different looking trolleys for different lines. I guess that's something we could consider. So I guess looking back at our route, yeah, this purple line kind of goes up to sort of the upper districts, which are a bit more posh. So there might be a fancier trolley on the purple line. That could be fun. I could see it. Especially if you're a tourist and you're trying to get up to the theater, the stadium. There's lots of stuff to do up there. But definitely this red line is going to be sort of my bread and butter line. And the blue one. But I'm going to look for maybe one or two more references. There's a couple horse-drawn streetcars that are interesting, but that's not really what I'm going for. I really want the kind of that original streetcar aesthetic that you see in like San Francisco. Very classic design. But maybe we can give it a little Misery twist. In terms of the power, the thing that's powering these things, most of the technology is like, if it's a smaller thing like this, probably magic powered. If it's like a large factor, I imagine it's more coal powered. That's just more efficient than having a bunch of people feed mana into some sort of engine. But for a streetcar, I imagine there's some sort of like operator, and they are the ones that are using magic to sort of push the car. I imagine there would be some sort of mechanism inside that feeds off of arcane energy. And I don't have to get into the specifics per se. I don't think we really need to explain how it works besides it's magic. So I feel like most people don't even know exactly how streetcars work. Oh, here's a very open one. Here we go. It's a little more modern. But this is a very open side design. So this has like a full bench going all the way across. I imagine the closed ones have sort of a middle aisle. That would make sense to me. But for the completely open side ones, there would probably just be a bench. So there's our reference. I think my favorite so far is this sort of half and half, but I do like the shape of this closed side on the roof, so maybe we'll take some inspiration from that. I like the sort of open roof with the hand railing in the front, as opposed to a closed side. Although, something to consider, it does rain in Misery quite a bit, so maybe the overhead awning stretches out a little further. Maybe there's like a little bit of a rain catcher. That would be nice. But let's sketch some thumbnails. Let's figure it out. got our main kind of boxy form. And then we've got sort of the open area out on the end. I imagine it's got the roof sticking out. Usually it's got sort of a tiered situation up here, just to give some airflow, which is nice. That's very important. As well as the curved nature of it on the roof. So yeah, I'm going to take inspiration from that middle one. I like the windows. I like that it sort of angles in. And then that front area can be more open. Maybe there's a bench out there. Maybe people just stand out there. I don't know. But then we've got the steps down below. So that's kind of nice. I like the idea of the handrail being a little angled in front. Some kind of nice little curve down there, because then we can have gobbledygook lettering kind of going across. I'm really liking up at the top here this sort of like really fancy metalwork for this area. I don't mind that at all. So we could take a little bit out of that. Maybe we'll expand it. I'm not looking to make it super detailed right now on this form, but we'll get the general impression. And then, of course, the wheels, because we've got to have the wheels. I'm noticing a lot of these streetcars, the wheels really don't come out very far. Like, they're not out here. They're very much tucked in. They're basically just right underneath. This one's kind of interesting at the top right because it's got sort of almost a sled track rail underneath it to kind of guide it. And that's very fun. Ooh, I also like the idea of having a uniform for the trolley conductors. That would be very good. But let's get some wheels in here. Actually, how many wheels does a trolley have? I have no idea. Let's find out. 4 wheels? Maybe? I'm basically only seeing 4-wheeled trolleys. So it's not like a train, because a train has... That's really interesting, because trains are usually quite heavy and need those extra wheels for support. So they usually have that sort of like section in the front and back of the car that pivot. But trolleys, I imagine, are significantly lighter. Because I've seen there's metal trolleys, but there's an awful lot of wood used in trolleys as well. At least historical ones. So yeah, I guess they don't need... They're also not as big as train cars, so they really don't need as much. Cool. Well, I guess 4 wheels it is. They've got sort of 4 wheels, but then they've also got sort of stuff connecting underneath. So, something like that. There we go. So that's starting to look like something. There we go. That's kind of nice. And would it make sense to have benches there? It makes sense actually to have a pole. I'm seeing on this bottom right reference, I'm seeing a pole like right here, which makes a lot of sense to me because people need something to hang on to. This is also where add a little bit of shading just to infer that this is where the side kind of bends in, and that this is the front. I'm liking that. I don't mind it. The wheels to me look a little too inward, but these are just ideas. I'll throw that one out and we'll make a few more just to get some variety. Because these are going to have yellow variants as well. Yeah, I definitely like the open front. That's kind of nice. And I'm going to keep it drawn from side view for the brochure, just because I think that would be what they would actually print in there. Sort of a stamp that they can use for multiple publications. That would be nice. I'll do... Let's do something a little different. I'm going to have the railing come up a little higher on this one. Honestly, I should probably be using the symmetry tool, but I'll do that for the final design. Ooh, I kind of like the slightly arched windows up at the top. That's really nice. And again, I'm enjoying maybe not quite as dramatic as the last one. I like having an area that is designated for sitting in the middle, and then having this front part I guess what angle is this going at? It's not quite as, I think it's a lot sharper than what I'm making it out to be. Maybe that's what I need. Something like that. And this is sort of the part that curves in. But I do like the idea of having the sort of curve at the top of the windows. That's a really nice aesthetic. It makes it just a little fancier. Yeah. Then for the roof, that's going to come out at least as far as the handrails. But I like the idea of having some sort of like rain catcher kind of spinning off of that. And I think this should be curved. I think that makes sense. These sides are not even, but that's fine. We're just getting the idea. Because as these are driving, you know, toward the rain, whichever direction it's coming in, you want to keep people dry. That would be preferred. So I imagine you would try to grab a spot that is on the inside if you can, and then if you're on a crowded trolley, you'd probably get a little wet standing on the side. I like that. And this part always comes straight up from where the trolley is. This would be really fun to 3D model, actually. Maybe I'll do that for fun someday. And then I'll have the wheels come out a little further. They do need to be They do need to be close. Again, we could just have the open slots like that, but I like the idea of having a more fancy design. I think that's something that the city would have invested in. And we'll look into that later in terms of what it actually looks like. But something of that sort. There we go. Some kind of fancy open grate for the airflow. That'll look nice. Of course, these are going to be windowed. They're not going to be open. Give it sort of an illusion of shine there. And I do like the stairs coming out as far as they do on that bottom right one. The open trolleys have a step all the way across, which makes sense. And the closed ones just have it on the very end, so I think having something sort of in the middle is nice. Have your step down here, and then probably another one up a little higher. I think proportionally I like the first one a little bit more, but I think aesthetically the second one is turning out much nicer. Of course, some sort of text on the side. Something of the sort. Maybe even, I kind of like the texture of this grate. It's not really great. It's kind of just extra steps on the side. Ooh, that could be nice actually. Because if it gets really crowded, maybe there's like a maybe there's like a little railing that goes right across here. From like here to here, like a brass railing. And then these are sort of like little extra steps. So when there's like super duper overflow, I'm just imagining this thing crammed with people. Because this is the main mode of transport, and there's also a lot of bridges in Misery, so yeah, people trying to get from one place to another are going to be constantly hopping on trolleys, hopping off trolleys. So yeah, that would be a cool little touch. I dig it. Give this a little roof. I'm trying to decide if I like the double tier or the 3-tier. I think the 3-tier looks fancier. So maybe this has a more... Maybe this has a flatter top, and then like one more little tier out of it, and that one doesn't have to have the fancy grade. It can just be pure aesthetic, and that'll be nice.
Hello. Are you streaming?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get donuts. Do you want one?
I do want donuts, thank you.
Okay, I'll bring you donuts.
Okay. I'm getting donuts later. Yeah, something like that. This will just be open on the inside, which is just really useful, especially during summer months. Having something like that. Yeah, I'm liking that second iteration. I also like that this kind of comes up and out. Ooh, is there anything we could put on this like front section? Because that's kind of important too. What's the aesthetic of the front of a truck? There's really not a huge amount of like fancy stuff. I guess this top right one actually has like, I can't tell if that's a seat or if that's just an area for people to put like baggage or like a bicycle or something. I don't know. That could be interesting. I guess, ooh, are there bicycles in Misery? I imagine probably not, like, it'd be very hard with the cobble street roads. But we could do something on the front. Would it make sense to have something on the front? I don't think it makes sense to have like a bench on the front, just because when it's raining, no one would ever sit there. Like, they're already gonna get wet, like, holding onto the side of this thing. You can also see up in this bottom right image that the trolley tracks do cross one another in intersections, and they work just fine. So when I'm planning out my trolley routes, I don't really have a problem with them crossing each other in areas like that. Yeah, I think for the front, they don't even really have bumpers like train cars do, because the trolleys are never going to connect to one another, and there's not really a risk of them hitting one another on the rail because the conductors, like, the trolleys don't go that fast. Uh, but it is an easier mode of transport than walking. And the added benefit of it being magic powered is that I don't need to have any like huge cables sticking out the top. I was watching a documentary on the San Francisco trolleys, and they sort of have like a pulley system like underneath the street. It's like they're constantly being pulled, and then like the brake system is really interesting because it's this like wooden, it's this like custom made wooden brake that just sort of like stops on that rope and clamps it. Um, but it wears out enough where they actually have like a full-time staff member at the people that run the trolleys that just makes brakes and replacement parts all day because they want to upkeep these historical uh trolley cars, but that means that you have to manufacture your own parts to fix them, which I think is really, really interesting. Hello, Anna. To give you a summary of where I'm at right now, I'm just rambling to myself, but we're making trolleys for Misery to go into a brochure. I've got a mock-up here for my players. This is going to be sort of an in-world document, but also a reference for them. So front is going to have some sort of imagery, and then a little blurb about Misery, and then the back fold is going to have this map. It's going to have the trolley routes. I'm going to redraw the map into a black and white style. But it's going to have landmarks. It's going to have the route numbers and such. And then down at the bottom of these image placeholders, I'm going to have the trolley. I'm going to have a little boat. So that's what we're doing now. We're making a trolley design and a boat design for tourists to look for in terms of like transport. And the trolleys, there's also yellow variants of the trolleys specifically for schools, kind of reminiscent of the American school bus. I wanted a little nod to that. So you can only board a yellow trolley if you have like a student ID. And then this is the inside, which is just going to be the actual like rules to the game, how to make rolls, and how combat works, what actions you can take. So that's purely game mechanics. So I stuck it on the inside so that the back side is sort of a continuation of the front. It's the like history. I'm gonna have a picture of the old monarch that's on all the coins, talk about why it's called Misery. And then for the culture, I don't have it here, but I've got a doodle that I made of this really funny looking elf guy. So I'm going to draw him, and I'm going to make him into the founder of St. Anguish Academy. Some sort of important historical figure. And then I'm not sure what I'm going to do at the bottom here, but we'll figure it out. But that's where we're at right now. So we're just looking at historical trolleys and kind of analyzing them, figuring out what makes sense for Misery. So the complete open design I didn't think worked because it is raining a lot in Misery, so people are going to get wet all the time if it's open like that. But I also didn't want it to be completely closed because I want people to be sort of hopping on and off at a whim. So I liked this kind of bottom right one because it's sort of a half and half between those. It's got the open front part, but then this enclosed center where people can go and sit inside. So if you're going on the trolley for a long distance, you can go in, take a seat, relax, and wait for your stop. If you're just getting on for a second, it'd probably make more sense to just sort of hop on, hold on, and then hop off. Not even really waiting for the trolley to stop anywhere. So that's what we're doing now. We're kind of iterating on that design and sort of figuring it out. This first one, we're just kind of playing around. I like the idea of having the roof kind of overhang a little further to protect from rain. And in the current one that we're designing, I really like the idea of having these like rain guards that stick out, so the main trolley can still remain the same proportions as everything else, but they've got this like added feature that makes sense for them. And then I really like these rounded top windows. I think that just adds a little bit of class to it. I've also got this like fancy grate up top for airflow, because when it gets hot out, you need people to be able to breathe, especially if they're packed in there like sardines. Off on the side, we're going to have a little sort of brass railing with these extended steps. They're not quite as outward protruding as the ones that let you officially get on the trolley, but I think they recognize that there's a lot more people in the city than they bargained for the amount of trolleys they have, so they sort of added those on for people to hold on to. The very side of the trolley is super full. But now we're just trying to figure out the front of the trolley. I don't think it makes sense to have seats there because, again, rain, wet, and they're already going to be getting wet if they're out on the side. But I think it needs something. Even if it's just like that. And this trolley is not proportional, so I'm going to be, for the final one, we're going to use the symmetry tool. But also, wheel placement is really hard on trolleys. I think, again, I'm kind of going back and forth between having the wheels further out and further in. Wheels on traditional trolleys are usually pretty close in, sort of like this, but I like the idea of it going, having a little more stability, especially if there's a lot of people. Ooh, would the rain guards only be on the front and back? The sides would end up dumping water on any passengers wanting to get on and off. That's a good point. Would the rain guards extend to the side? What does that do to our silhouette? If they sort of extended off to the side. Maybe. Or even just on this front part, because the inward part doesn't really need rain guards. You know, we have a bar to hold on to here, but they're not really encouraging people to use that to hop on the trolley. But yeah, we could play around with rain guard designs. I think that makes sense. Especially if people, like on this one up here, are sort of just sitting on the step waiting for their stop. It might be nice to have at least some protection from the rain. Umbrellas also do exist, so there's no reason why you would not be carrying an umbrella on a day where it's raining. Which actually, side tangent, there should absolutely be an umbrella shop in Misery. I think that would make a lot of sense. You could probably make some good money, a proper umbrella salesman. But yeah, let's hide these references. And let's just go for it on a new layer and sort of figure out the trolley. I'm going to have a vertical symmetry. Because I think we have all the pieces figured out that we need to go into the final. It's just a matter of what proportion do we want for those things. So let's see. Grab that guy. And of course, we'll grab our original. Let's scale it up just so they're about the same size as each other, just to compare. You know, I actually didn't do too bad in terms of proportion. Good job, me. Cool. Let's move the sketch over just a smidge. Good enough. Good enough. Second image looks more balanced with the wheel location. If they are too close to the center, I feel like you'd have to consider displacing the weight evenly. The original design looks like it might just teeter a bit. Yeah, that's sort of the balance I'm trying to find with the wheel placement. I think going somewhere between these two would be fine. Yes, like a seesaw. So the thing with trolleys is like they're not super heavy. So like train cars absolutely need a ton of wheels because they're just made of steel. But there's a lot of wood in old-fashioned trolleys, at least. So it's not like it's also not going fast. So it's not like it needs the stability for speed. Like they're kind of designed to go a little like a little more efficient than walking. But based on these, let's figure out what we're doing here. We'll get our sort of our base down. Something I mentioned from earlier in the stream is the final illustration of this. I'm going to do sort of a recreation of how they would have printed things off in print back then, back in the 1800s. So what they would do is they would carve either into wood, or sometimes they would etch into copper plates and do copper plate printing. But essentially you carve the image that you want into the block backward, and then you carve away the bits that you don't want to show up, and then the image is reversed again when you print it. So you would make a stencil design and then put that stencil onto your block and then carve away at it. So I'm gonna do that by making a layer and just sort of carving away at it with the eraser, and just see how that aesthetic turns out, because I think it would be really cool if we can pull it off. So this doesn't have to be like uber detailed. So I think in terms of where everything was landing, I like that this kind of goes up here, and that's going to be our middle section, and then this is sort of a shorter section extended. Something like that. And then again, that's going to go just as far as the front railing, which I do like. I do like the angled look. Yeah, it's basically a stamp. That's probably the easiest way to think about it. Because you'd want to have your publication be able to use this multiple times. So I imagine this would be like a copper etching stamp, and they could use this trolley for any number of publications. I imagine there's be some newspapers that would enjoy having the little trolley symbol. So yeah, we'll do something like that. Maybe there's like a little emblem here. Something like that for the front. We're sort of giving just the illusion of fanciness, which I don't mind. And proportionally, I do like this roof. And then we have sort of a curve. Thank you. I like that it looks fancy. I think the city probably invested quite a bit into these trolleys, realizing how many people were going to be in their city. And how pronounced should these rain guards be? I kind of like that it's a more slight angle, because then that gives you more visibility looking out ahead. So that's kind of nice. And then these guys are going to have the... I imagine this would just be like a piece of fancy wood going across. Something like that. There we go. Nice rounded upper windows. It really does make a difference. I'm realizing aesthetically having that slight roundedness to it. I'm not really liking how thin these are though, so I might expand this center section out just a smidge. And we'll see how that looks. So I do want 4 windows there. But now that center section's even more pronounced. Maybe that's okay though. That might be fine. Maybe I just need another go at the windows, because this second drawing, I really like the proportion of these windows, and these feel a lot thinner. I think that's just because this area's up a little higher. So maybe we can try that. No. Man, what did I do differently? These definitely feel wider. Maybe the arch is just not big enough. Oh, way too big of an eraser. Let's steal this window to see what the heck am I doing wrong. Because I really like this one. So what proportionally is different? Oh, maybe the roof is just a little too high. Okay. Well, we can fix that. We can definitely fix that. That's definitely better. Yeah, that's looking much more proportional now. I think it's just because this guy, compared to the bottom one, yeah, this one's a little bit wider. But that just means I need to make it a little bit taller, so that's fine. Cool. Onward. Wheels. Wheels are going to be somewhere between. I imagine they would line up like under this window. That feels right to me. Yeah. That feels much more right. And we're going to be covering the wheels with other stuff anyway, but I think that will very much help the design. Ooh, there could even be like little fancy designs going on like in these areas. We don't have to do those now, but that would be nice. And then this is going to have the same sort of... Actually, you know what? I think the angle of this needs to come in. Just to make sure that it looks correct. Yeah, because that's going to be the front. Because this section is angled in, unlike the other side, so that needs to be shaded a little bit to give it the impression that it is under the roof. I also think I like proportionally this second drawing's roof more than what I've drawn up here. I think that's just because the straight section doesn't carry out as far. So maybe we'll steal. We can steal from ourselves. That's allowed. I'll make a very light version. Because I like this roof. It does need to come out further. Or maybe this one just needs to come in. Maybe this one's a little too long. That could be. grab. Grab that guy. Grab that guy. We'll do a... Yeah, we'll just scooch it in. Because I want it to look cute. We can't have an ugly trolley. That's just not allowed. I think trolleys are pretty cute. We should have more of them. And then that can come into right about here. Yeah. I think I like that much more. And then this roof is also just way too high on the final one, so let's just erase that and make a more cleaned up version of the one that I do like. I do like the more slight angle, though. I'm going to keep that. And we'll play with the rain guard in a second. And then this section... There we go. Beautiful. What program am I using? I'm using Photoshop. I have all the side panels hidden for the stream, just because aesthetically I like that more. Actually, can I adjust this? Yes, I can. There we go. Now you can see the window. But I like having it zoomed in just because all those pesky side panels don't get in the way and you can just see me draw. For some stuff I do use Procreate, but I haven't figured out streaming with Procreate yet. Oh, now we actually need to draw. I'll come back to the fancy grate. I don't need to do the fancy details right now. We need to figure out stairs. We need to figure out how stairs work. Because this is gonna be... Should I probably need my reference back? Because I liked... Not that one. Not that one. That one. I really enjoy how that looks. So this top stair is basically right underneath that. The bottom one, there's a bit more of a gap. I like that it comes out further from the front, though. That's very nice. And then, yeah, we've got these sort of just slats, these angled slats off on the side here. And I don't think Misery Misery's tourism department would hesitate on advertising on the side of here. It would probably have the city name, and then it would probably have whatever line it is. Ooh, would the trolleys be colored based on their line? That would be cool. Although I have a yellow line up here, so I can't have that be full of school buses. School trolleys. But I imagine they would probably use some hint of color on it somewhere. But for this purpose, that's not a detail we need to worry about because this is a black and white print. That's a future Jacob problem. But let's get back into finishing this guy. So I really like having this little overhang. And that one doesn't need a rain guard because it's just on the roof. Yeah. Go just a little more. I think the 3-decker roof really makes it look quite fancy. I don't know much about trolleys, but I would ride that trolley. Ooh, wait, that was a mistake I just did, but hold on. What if we did that intentionally? What if there was some sort of fun design at the top? Ooh. Hold on a minute. We love happy little accidents. Hold up. What if it had like a little like metalwork thing at the top? A donut delivery for me. Do you want to see my trolley?
Sure.
I have Anna in the chat.
Nice.
But these are our little iterations that we're working on.
Cool.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need a fancy thing on top. I'm liking the silhouette of this middle one.
Yeah, I like that. It looks sad.
It looks sad. Why does it look sad?
It just looks sad. It's very like.
Because it's droopy. I guess it's droopy on the side because of the rain guard.
Yeah.
That was the main thing. Is like it rains in Misery all the time. So.
So enclosed portion and rain guarded portion.
Yeah.
Cute.
Reminded me a bit of Asian architecture, like Japanese temple or something.
Mm.
Yeah, that's like I'm going for. So maybe it doesn't need the fancy thing on top. I think we can just stick with the.
Well, and it's also like
roof.
that tiered sort of look. Kind of also has that vibe, but when you add the little
swirlies,
it definitely evokes that.
Yes, so I'm gonna avoid that because that's not what I'm looking for in my design.
Here's the Suki cameo.
Hello, Suki. Are you gonna say anything?
No.
Nope. No words from the cat.
She's just gonna sit there.
And then I'm gonna shade this black just so it's clear that this is empty space. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty neat.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Let's figure out the stairs. Because those guys would come basically from here down to the ground. And it would basically go to here, right before the wheel. That makes sense to me. And that first step is going to be right there. And that second step is going to be right there. That makes sense to me. I like it. And then we're going to have, I'm going to erase our wheels for a second. But I do like the placement of those. And I guess this would be just like a shallower stair. I imagine it goes about as far down. But these are going to be much thinner slats. Which does look somewhat confusing, so I'm going to shade the shadowy bits. Just to give it a little definition. Maybe I'll go in with an eraser and widen some of that. And of course, our wheels are going to poke out from underneath. Because the trolley wheels really do go, like, they're pretty flush with the stairs. Like, there's not much of a clearance gap. Oh, and the bar. Of course. That will run probably alongside here. Ooh, actually, no. It would line up. It would just line up with the beams, like that. And then you've got your little handrail on the side. And that looks fancy. I imagine this panel would have sort of a something like that. And that's where the text would go. Now we get to add the little details that make it really pop. Oh, yes, let's figure out this rain guard. What is a cool shape for that? So I like the idea of it being sort of angled. So let's play with what that looks like. Ooh, maybe it's a little rounded on the end. That's kind of nice. Yeah. It's almost like a little house. Yeah, I really want to 3D model this now. That would be very fun. Oh, and for the... Yeah, we gotta do the fancy little grate at the top. Ooh, some of these trolleys have a little sign on them that goes, like, here. And it's like... which is extremely helpful information for tourists. So we could put something like that there. But I want to look up some fancy... a fancy metal grate. I don't know what the terminology is for, like, different designs like that. It's like a lattice, but it's not quite that. Yeah, these things. These, like, leafy things. Molding? Maybe? I'll look it up. Yeah, kind of crown molding. But on like a flat design. Metal crown molding, maybe. Let's see. This is the part where I kick myself for choosing Gothic as an aesthetic, because Gothic architecture is just the most insane craftsmanship and complexity. It's like the opposite of minimalism. Ooh, ornate. Great. Molding, maybe? Ornate is a good word. That's getting me some good results. I'll paste them into here in just a second so you can see them, but let's see what we got. Yeah, here's one. Wow, that's a really low quality image. But sort of this thing, where you've got these sort of swirly designs with little things coming off of them. I just don't know like the aesthetic rules of this stuff. I've never like studied it in detail, but I guess that's my job now, is to nail that design and figure out what makes it look that way. But yeah, that crown molding. Oh, here's another one. Here's another one. That's kind of nice. But yeah, something like that, but like in metal, with like open air in between. Because the whole point of the grate is so that it's breathable and there's fresh air going through into that crowded interior. But we can use that for now. Yeah, it's sort of... I'm just gonna draw it big first. It sort of like flows. Like that. And it just sort of flows into each other. It's so maximalist, and I both hate it and love it for that. But something like that. I guess I technically only need to make, like, this first section of it, because then I can just copy paste it. Maybe that's the way to go. Let's cheat. Something like that. And we sort of just simplify it into these shapes. I really should just design a stamp for this stuff. I think that would be the smart way to go. something like this. Exaggerated. Yes, texture brushes would be a lifesaver for this. Maybe I'll look around after the stream for some gothic texture brushes. Cool. I like this little shape. That's nice. I can repeat that again and again. So copy that onto a new layer and we'll just do it that way. Because I feel like cheating. Although this is going to have to be, this trolley's going to have to be much bigger if I want any semblance of detail with this thing. So I think about the smallest I can go is like right there. Which is fine, because we're basically done with the trolley. Save that a little bit for later. Because we can basically just make it as big as this. And we'll be almost ready for doing the final look. So I've still got to make a boat. Cool. So that can go right there. And then we'll just copy paste. And merge. And we'll make this connect a little bit better. Ow. I still have symmetry turned on. My bad. Yeah, I don't really need that on anymore. That's looking a bit better. And then we will combine all of that. And I'm going to scale it a little bit. A little bit inward. We'll flip it horizontal, slap it over on the other side. I guess that is the thing about Gothic architecture and design, is that it is repetitive. So once you nail the pattern once, it's not too bad. Merged layers. Cool. And then we'll do some sort of little design. Something like that. That'll work. And then we've got to put some text on there. Misery. Very cool. And I imagine it would have text up here as well. Sure what the separator would be on this. What even is our red line? We've got the maybe the sign itself would, maybe it wouldn't say red line, maybe the sign itself would be that colored. Because what do other trolleys say on the side of them? San Francisco trolleys. Here we go. Ooh, you know what we forgot? We forgot the pole. Because I wanted a pole on there. Yeah, something like that. And just for aesthetic purposes, we'll add some paneling onto the side. Although, thinking about it now, this would actually come way further forward because it's at an angle. And then this bottom part would be a little more heavily shadowed. And same with the side piece. Yeah, it is coming together. We're almost done. I do want to add just like a hint of like fancy design like here, because I think that would make sense. Something like that. Just a hint. Also, this misery text is going to need to be much lighter if it's going to blend in with the sketch. What's a good one to add as an example? We could do Lachrymose Lanes to Woeful Ward. Yeah. Something like that. That 2 is really... Yeah, something like that. I feel like this bottom sign should be smaller, but I do like that it stretches across. What else would it say besides misery? Because I'm looking at San Francisco cars, and they've got little things written on the side. Yeah, those have street names on them. I'm assuming the streets that they go to. Which I do have some street names written somewhere, but I don't know them off the top of my head. Oh, yes, yes, yes. They would have a number. Each streetcar would have a number. That's very important information. Ooh, here we go. We could do the misery railway company. Why did my font change? Hello? Ooh, actually, the number could go on the front, on that little emblem on the front grate. That would make sense. Contact info? Well, not really, because especially for an older one, like, phones aren't really a thing. You would probably have to, like, go to a city building and ask where the railroad company is. But I imagine they have some sort of hub in the city. But yeah, we could do that, the Missouri Railway Company, and then we'll put each car would have a number on the front. I don't need to put it on this one. It's just sort of the example, but that would work just fine. Very cool. There's a little bit of cleanup we can do. A little bit of cleanup we can do at the front here. Ooh, for this sign up here, I actually want to do a different aesthetic for it. Because I want to have this be blacked out. And then have white letters on there. And then if I duplicate that, make it a little darker. Yeah. I think one area that could use some help is right here. Just doing a little cleanup. I'm enjoying this immensely. I think that'll work for our rail car. But let's export that as a PNG and then we'll test it out. Because that's going to go basically right here at the bottom. And we'll have a little image of a trolley down there. That looks so nice. I'm wondering how well it would look if it were just a smidge wider, like that. I actually like that quite a bit. Yeah, I think just making it a teensy bit wider. But that'll work. That'll work just fine. Just gonna organize my layers here, which you can't see, but that's fine. And then we will adjust this to make it gotta grab everything to make it a little bit more wide. Cool. I like it. All right, now I'm gonna look up some ferries, some boats. There's passenger ferries. be what I'm really looking for. Copy that. Let's see what this looks like. So, just doing some research, looking around for reference images for this. Victorian passenger ferry. That's pretty neat. I like the little smokestack on it. So I don't want these to be like full-blown, like, huge ships. I just need it to be a big, flat barge, basically. The roof of some of these actually has a similar aesthetic to the trolleys, which is nice. So maybe we could steal some designs from our trolley and apply it to our passenger ferry. Hmm. This one is a little more modern. This one's from 1919 to 1952, which is quite a bit further along than what the era I'm looking for, but I do like the shape of it. It's quite nice. Ooh, what about New York's probably got some ferries. Yeah, New York Steamboat. That's pretty neat. I like that. Wow, that's way small. But you can kind of get the gist of the shape from there. That's pretty nice. What are some other good, like, steamships? Ooh, here we go. Check out this guy. This one says it's from 1857 to 1915 Hudson River Ferry. It's basically a really wide kind of house shape. It's got the smokestack. I imagine it has the, like, paddle wheel inside toward the back. Although, would it be, I guess for this world, this fantasy world, would it also be powered by magic? Would that make sense? All you really need to do is spin a wheel, which is just force. So would it even need a smokestack? Because, like, the line I draw in Misery for, like, coal, like, mineral resource power versus just, like, oh, let's throw magic into it, is the amount of effort it takes, because worker labor shouldn't be wasted. So if you can gain more workers by having a power source that is uh, a natural resource, that would free up more hands to work on the actual thing you're doing. Smokestack is solely for aesthetic. Uh, maybe. I feel like it needs to have a purpose. I think functionality is definitely important in this case. Because these are. Yeah, essentially, it's basically the same concept as a train. It's like locomotive where it's you have the piston like pushing with the steam uh, pressure onto the wheel, except the wheel in this case. How do ferries work? Steam or coal? Okay, so the steam power versus coal power, they're basically the same thing. Coal is burnt in a furnace, the heat from which is used to raise the temperature of the water. Okay, so that's what they're using to heat the water, but you wouldn't necessarily need a coal furnace to burn it. I guess the thing too is longevity. If you're constantly pushing magic into something, you are burning through your spell slots essentially. Like that is your job. You are using your magic to pilot this vehicle. Um, with a trolley, because we have these like semi-flat roads, smooth tracks. Um, I don't imagine it takes that much effort, especially with the assist within the trolley itself. With a round like river ferry paddle wheel, I imagine that takes considerably more effort to push that through the water. In order to do that, you'd be needing a constant heat, which is really hard to do with just a person doing it. You would have to have shifts of pilots, I would imagine. Like I don't think it's necessarily hard to heat the water with magic with like fire magic, but the key thing here is maintaining it over the entire day. So in that case, I think it does make more sense for them to be like have coal furnaces, but maybe like magic assist. Maybe they don't need to burn as much coal. Maybe the coal is just there as a like this is what's going to keep the fire hot, but you can absolutely yourself pump in more heat to the furnace. But you needed some kind of fuel there to keep it going. Okay, so looking further into this, there would be some kind of boiler with several guys just like shoveling coal into there. Larger steam engines consumed coal at such a rapid rate that no human could feed it fast enough. They used a steam pressure powdered auger that fed coal from the tender to the firebox. Interesting. So basically the larger ship you have, the more impractical having it be powered by magic is. It's like obviously a very powerful mage could keep a steamship going, but that would be a waste of talent. Like a high power mage would not be a steamship pilot. So yeah, coal it is. That's my world building logic. And long tangent. Because for these guys, I don't think I necessarily want them to be super big. I really just want them to be big enough. Okay, so we can turn off our symmetry. Let's sketch some boats. So what do we really need here? I don't really need to sketch the bottom of the boat. Of course, the bottom of the boat in this instance would be pretty flat as is. But I imagine they'd be fairly long. I like this ship here in the front that just has sort of this open area right in there. Because this thing's going to be docking in. Essentially, this is how tourists are going to get to the carnival that's on the island. And get back and forth that way. Although, I guess traveling up and downstream via the river would also be very practical. Because we've got the two rivers there. So yeah, I guess I suppose on the map, if we're looking back at the map, I haven't planned out the boat routes yet. But I imagine they would be something. You'd have to have something from like here. Oh, let's get a bigger brush than that. I imagine you'd have something from there to there. And then maybe there's a river route that goes down each side here. They wouldn't go any further than they wouldn't go up to the Tears of Misery because that's considered holy ground and that's controlled by the church. So I don't think they would allow any boats up there. But they'd go about as close as they could. So we can think about that. But we've got to have at least, maybe there's a route down here that goes up. I guess I don't know what the flow of traffic of boats is. I've never driven a boat in my life. But you're going to have to contend with trade ships coming in as well from these sides. Which actually means that most likely all of the a lot of the imports coming in would go into like these ports up here, and then the maybe a little bit on these edge ones, which means all the tourist boats would probably go back and forth to here. But I imagine I would want something that goes to like a northern side or a southern side, just because if there's people on the Brooding Isle that work on the mainland, they're going to need a way to get to work. So maybe there's a stop. Maybe there's a stop here at the mouth, and then that kind of feeds in to here. And that's a stop, and then we can have a port there. Because this is Lachrymose Lanes is a pretty busy area. It makes sense that they would have something that goes there. But having a stop up on this side would make it easier for those people to get to the northern and southern districts. But also the ferry can just continue up the river. So if you work like way up here, you would take the ferry all the way up the river. And that would be a way more efficient way to go than getting off and then waiting for the trolley. But I imagine they don't come as often. Ooh, Seattle ferry routes might be a good source. Hello, Blake. I'm gonna look it up. The Seattle ferry routes. Oh. Yeah, it's literally exactly what I just drew. There's like one main area that they go to, and it has like 3 branches. So yes, exactly that. That's funny. To catch you up on what we're doing, we're making our brochure, which we just finished drawing this beautiful little trolley. If I can pull it up here. So that's going to be at the bottom of the document, but also I just have a picture of a trolley now for Misery. So you guys will know exactly what that looks like. But we kind of took into account the fact that it rains a lot. I guess if it rains a lot, it makes more sense for the front to be a closed end, but I really like the open aesthetic more, so I kind of compromised that with having a closed interior, and then these kind of nice big side porch areas with poles to hang on to, so people can just hop on, hop off. There's also these like shallower stairs, and there's like a railing that goes by here, so if this thing is absolutely crammed full of people, you can hop onto the side of it and hold on. And hope it's not raining. But I like the shape. I think this is working quite nice. And we've got can barely see it, but it's got fancy little ironwork. So that's going to go there. And we're working on the boat now. So our little ferry is going to go there as sort of an illustration for tourists to know exactly what that looks like. This is going to be the inside. I've got a lot to fill in, so I might take a break in just a bit after we get the boat done. Or maybe we don't need to do everything today. Maybe I'll do some sketching on my own. But yeah, that's where we're at. We're making boats. Will there be color to designate the route? Maybe. I'm trying to make it sort of. I'm trying to keep in mind that this is a document from a sort of fantasy 1870s. So I'm taking into account like printmaking techniques. I didn't actually end up doing it for the fairy, but what I would like to do eventually, maybe for the bigger illustrations, is uh, use the same technique as like a copper plate etching, where you stencil on your design and then you carve away at the bits that are not going to show up and you make a stamp. So you could have color. It would just have to be a separate stamp that like overlays on top of the black and white map. So definitely possible. And I think if that helps the players understand the map more, that would be nice, because I still need to make the map for here. I'm going to make it much simpler looking than this. Just so that we have the routes as the main focus and the labels for everything. But boats, these things are not... Oh, let's not draw in pink. These things are pretty flat for the most part. But what do we like? We decided that it is going to be steam power because it would just take up... It would eat up way too much magic to power this thing by a wizard, and also a really powerful wizard would not be a steamboat pilot. But I'm liking this like open front. I think that makes sense for onboarding. So there would be like a ramp that goes off the front. They would probably put a ramp down from the side if it's double deckered. Or maybe not. I don't know. I guess they don't really have a ramp on the side. It's just the front and the back. But they could have some sort of like docking mechanism that like brings a plank out and connects this. I don't think I want to make the... This one you can see, like, this thing's huge. I don't really want to make it that big. I don't want to have this enormous wheel on there. I think I would rather have the wheel that is turning this thing sort of internal. So we would have sort of like a... sort of an open back, open front looking design. And then it's mainly just kind of shaped like a house. I do like the idea of it being double deckered though. Like some of these. It's like here you've got a ton of people on the bottom. This one's also kind of fancy, which I like. I like these window designs. And this sort of has like an open back that is fenced off. So that makes sense. So maybe we could do something like that. Maybe there's like a little Maybe we do like a little awning. Pedestrian owning or allow for smaller vehicles, animals, carts. These ones are mainly pedestrian. This is the one that's going into like a tourist brochure. This is how you would go from the island over to the mainland. Uh, but you know, if you're bringing goods on with you, there's probably room for it. If you're shipping like large stuff, that would be a job for a different boat. But I'm specifically looking for the pedestrian at the moment. This top one sort of has an open deck up above, which is kind of fun. And then sort of a roof house thing over that. Sort of similar to the other one. I do like this like captain's nest at the top. That's like a little gazebo. I think that's super fun. It's almost like a little castle on the water. But you want to be able to haul a lot of people at once. And again, this is sort of a coal furnace situation that's like magic helped. So I don't know if it needs a huge smokestack. Probably just needs a low guy. I don't know if I like the tall one or if I like a short one. We can play around with some shapes. And then the wheel would be most likely inside like that. You'd have your rudder being controlled by the captain. So that's sort of a fun shape. I don't know what kind of windows I like. I like these like rounded windows. That also kind of plays to what we were doing with the trolley. So having a shared aesthetic is not a bad idea. But maybe having them be divided into more panels could be fun. There's an idea. We're just sketching for now. I imagine we'll find a design that we kind of fall in love with and then pursue that. So, idea one. We could try a more enclosed area. I guess let me look up some actual passenger ferries. Of the modern day. See, the modern ones just don't have the same aesthetic. They're so blocky, uninspired. Although the ones that have like catamarans are pretty fun. I don't think they would have gotten to that point in this world though, of having that design. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna look up the one of the games that inspired the aesthetic of my world is Dishonored, if you've heard of that game franchise, and that game actually has some pretty decent looking steamships in there that are pretty neat. Yeah, the Dreadful Whale. Let me pull up, I'll pull up a picture of it. Really low quality, but you can see the shape of it's pretty cool. It's less of a passenger vessel, more of a fishing ship, but it does have this cool like hump in the back for the wheel, and it's like all self-contained. Um, so I do like that. I like having an engine, like having a little engine room, and then just having the wheel be part of that shape. I don't like that it looks a lot like a regular boat. I do like this kind of stocky building on the water look. I think that makes more sense to me. Yeah, it's very cool design, but I think I want it to be. I don't know. I I like somewhat stupid looking designs. But let's just sketch some more and see where we land. So we'll have a little lip up there. And this thing will go across. Doesn't really matter what the bottom of it looks like because it's going to be under the water anyway. But I imagine it would go a little bit further down. I just want to know what it looks like on top of the water. But I'm really gravitating toward this thing. Because it really just looks like a house on the back. It's like it is open. And then maybe we can have that kind of curved arch from before. And then that's really the bulk of the ship. It's sort of this weird shape. But if we're docking this by the front, yeah, because this ferry's got a pretty open front as well. So does this one.
Like, I imagine you pull this thing into the dock. You have a way for passengers to get off on the front, and then maybe the back as well. And then they can kind of pick and choose which way they want to go. If it's gonna have 2 decks, though, it's gotta have stairs to get up. So I don't know, actually. I don't actually know where the stairs on this are. I imagine they're probably inside, right? It's like, as a person, you would walk on. You would go inside, and then you would walk up the stairs. Because where's the wheel in this situation? So this one's got the smokestack and boiler, like, kind of right in the middle. Oh, wait. Hold up. I kept thinking this was the back of the boat. I think this is actually the front of the ferry, because I'm seeing the captain's, like, little crow nest thing in the front there. That's a pretty consistent design across all of them. I've been drawing this backwards. Huh. That's fascinating. Front and back, depending on how big they are. Seattle ferries load and unload on both ends. They're small enough that they can maneuver easily through to load and unload on one side. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for, because I liked that it was open on both sides. So then where does the... I guess, yeah, because there's like a little captain's thing here and a little captain's thing here. So it just goes back and forth. There's no front to it. I don't think I ever realized that with these ferries. This one definitely has a front, but it's puny, so I want it to be bigger than that. But this guy up at the top here absolutely has 2. This has 2. We just need to make a symmetrical ship design. That's so wild. Or, like, I guess it doesn't have to be symmetrical, but it does need to be... It does need to work forward and backward. I'm learning so much about ferries today. Man, that's so interesting. What a weird boat. I don't know. Would it make sense to have like a big front open end? Or does it make more sense to have it be like this and just be symmetrical? I don't know. We can try it. Because then the captain's like little nest thing, it really doesn't go that much higher on the top deck. I just really like this like captain's gazebo. Cause I've never actually ridden on a ferry. I guess this would be smaller, huh? The bigger I want the ship to look, the smaller this little captain's nest needs to be. Because he's got his little lookout windows. And that would be the same on this side. It really is just like architecture on the water. That's so weird. Okay, so we've got our little captain's nest. This thing would go up to the front. This would actually have a roof on it as well. That sort of dips down on the side. Just this is like the house portion of the boat. And then you'd have a little bit of a gap there. I like these little rounded windows. I guess I would keep it visually consistent with the other rounded areas. And then it matches our... It would match our trolley as well, which is nice. I like that. And then this kind of got these tall windows in the middle. What if we did like 3, like almost like church windows? And then you've got the little lip on top. Cool. And then this would have railings all the way around. But the front would be open. So you'd load and unload from there. I guess the steam pipe would just be straight in the middle, huh? A little smokestack. Will there be a standing balcony on top, like a double-decker bus? Yes. Yes, you'll have people like standing up here. You'll have people down there. I imagine that at some point on the inside, there's like stairs going up this way, and maybe it goes the opposite on the other way.
But that would be all internal. Also, again, it rains quite a bit in Misery, so having a covered passenger ferry makes sense. And then I guess the... I guess the wheel... Where would the wheel go in this thing? Is there just like one... It's either one big wheel or there's like 2 wheels. So how does this thing steer itself? I guess if you had 2 wheels, you could have them going in alternate directions, and that would turn the ship. It would take a while, but that is a way you could do it. I don't know. As opposed to the windows on the side here, do we like
the idea of having like a big ol' wheel on the side. Like, what do we think of that silhouette? Like, do we just lean into the fact that there are wheels? Because then we could design like a cool cover for it, I guess. I don't know if I guess it doesn't really need to be covered. That's such a weird, interesting shape, though. Because then the person up here would be controlling the direction of the wheel. So yeah, maybe we don't do the windows here. And we just do the paddle wheel. That's so wild looking. I want to see this, but a little smaller. I'm gonna move this guy up. There we go. Just so we have more room for boat. So do we like the length of that smokestack, or do we want it to be like taller? Cause like the tallest I'd probably make it would be like probably like that. That's pretty cool looking. Like that versus that. Yeah, I like the tall one. Tall makes sense. Okay, let's take this and mess around with it a little more. This is not at all the direction I thought I was going to go for the passenger ferry, but here we are. There we go. So let's take that design and let's just mess with it a little more. really tweak it. I imagine this like asymmetrical design that we did before would work really well for like smaller passenger vessels, but for the one that's going in this brochure, I think I really want to do like what are the main ones that all the tourists are taking to get to this island? And the ones that our players would most likely hop on. Looks similar to the trolley. You can see them being made by the same company. Yeah, I think so. I think aesthetically similar things make sense for Misery in this case. I think honestly, I think a big difference between these two modes of public transit, though, I imagine the trolley you don't really need to pay anything. I think that just comes out of people's taxes because you can just hop on and off. There's no way for them to like really ticket you per se. Because like kids are gonna hang on to the side, they're gonna ride it to the next district. But for the ferry, I imagine these are ticketed. Probably not very expensive, but you probably do have to pay to take the ferry just because it is considerably more work to maintain, a lot more energy consumed. You need probably at least 3, 4, probably minimum of like 4 people to maintain it because you need the captain, you need somebody in the boiler room, you need somebody making sure that the passengers are coming on, they got their tickets, and then an extra hand for wherever they're needed. So yeah, I imagine like a crew of like 4 or 5 people would make sense. But I want to take this and kind of tweak it. But I need to find some more images of like river ferries. Yeah, docking crew, etc. Make definitely. There's just a lot more that goes into maintaining a boat than a car that's on a track. It's like you actually need to watch out for other boats and not crash it. The weather definitely affects how your ride is going to be. So yeah, I think there would be some sort of fee. I need like what are the like Mark Twain like river ferries called? The ones with like the big wheels. Ooh, river boat. Very distinct difference. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a different design of ship because the wheels in the back and not on the sides, but they are fancy looking. Steamboat, yeah. Sort of that steamboat look to it. I'm trying to figure out if there's any like boats like this with the big wheels that have like a cover to them, or if they're just straight open. Because I've seen open designs with the wheel in the back, but in this case, our wheels we would have wheels on each side. So we've got the furnace in the middle and the exhaust going out the top. And then we've sort of got the Lake George Steamboat Company. With the wheel. not seeing one in the middle. Maybe I'm not searching the right thing. If I just put in like water wheel. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. Let me copy that one. That's a freaking cool looking boat. Look at this guy. What the heck? That's so wild looking. So this one does still have the pipe off to the side. I think that actually does make more sense in my mind because the pistons would have to go in the middle, but you could have the same furnace heating both. So maybe it's not straight in the middle. Maybe it's like off to one side. And actually, these guys could be... These guys can go pretty much all the way to there. Again, this is not our final design, but something like that. Yeah, this boat is fascinating. So they've got like a full... The boat actually extends all the way out here. Like they've got like rooms off on the side. That's really interesting. I think there's some more pictures of this kind. Oh, it's behind. There we go. Yeah, because take a look at this guy. It's got... Man, that is a cool design on there. So how do the passengers get around that? So there's like the outer deck that connects directly to the wheel. So you could probably actually like fully see this wheel. But then there's like the inner portion. Again, yeah, the steam pipe is definitely not centered when the wheels are centered, because the boiler room needs to be separate. Steamboat side wheelers. Or paddle steamboat side wheeler. Yeah, because that's how they steer. They don't need a rudder. They just... It's like a wheelchair, basically. Like a water wheelchair where, like, if you push one side, it's going to turn the boat. If you pull the other, it'll turn it faster. And then the captain has control over the direction of those wheels. Yeah, I like that. We could bring it out a bit. We could bring the... Because we could have a cover. We could have a cover going over the wheel. Drawing this stuff just makes me want to 3D model it. Because we could have this guy going up and around. And the kind of cut off I guess there's no reason it couldn't extend like up to here. Like passengers would enjoy that, I think. And then you've sort of got the like side part like that. And then you'd have like a nice little design. Oh, that looks so cool. What a wild boat. And then this thing would just be the extension off of that into the water, so you'd actually get to see that thing in the water. But yeah, I don't know if I would have like this outer area. I do still like this boat. I do like the just sort of that it doesn't have this outer balcony to it. Like there's an upper balcony, and that would be fine. This whole boat also just needs to be extended. So if I take all of that and just sort of make it longer. Well, I guess not longer. That's not what I want. Because what I want is, I basically just want to bring the front half of this just out more. Because we have more room. And the same thing on this side. It would just come out more. Like that, and then we can just fill in the gaps. And then we can still have our fancy windows on the side, because I like those. Because I want it to look like a neat little building on the water. And then the captain would just change sides depending on what direction they're going. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hold up. Hold up. There's something we missed on these guys. is a very, very important element I'm realizing. Is this thing, which you can't see because this layer is too tall. This thing, that, similar to an oil well, is like, that's the piston mechanism, because that's attached to the wheels. Like, that's attached to both wheels. So like this thing attaches to the wheels, so when that plunges down, it's sending the wheel into that circular motion. So it needs that like remnant of that on the top. Also, yes, lifeboats are probably really important for this. You probably don't want to have people drowning if you can help it. But yeah, so this thing has to have some sort of like propulsion to it. So it would need that thing up top. Like, it doesn't need to be super tall, but it does need to be present. And that gives us like an element that like moves and is like really weird. That's so fun. And that would be centered because it has to turn both the wheels. So something like that. Yeah, something like that. That is a wild looking fairy. And I think that fits our aesthetic oddly. Because we can still have those like kind of gothic architecture elements. Because like this one off on the side even looks a little more modern than this houseboat thing. I guess I don't know how this piston works if they need to turn. I'm assuming there's some sound engineering in there. But yeah, we'll go with that. And let's just clean this up and make our final little design. For the base of the ship, I am going to turn symmetry on. And then we'll sort of line this up as best we can with the center. Close enough. And then, yeah, so this top boat, we're going to need the length for sure. And then the actual, like, curvature off the side of this thing. I imagine it would have a little lip. And it would be just a bit more angled. Because it is like a flat barge type shape. So something like this. We can round it off a little bit more. And then our wheel, we gotta have a wheel. So the center of the wheel is gonna be right about here. I guess it would make sense to do this with the ellipse tool. Except I can't see my guide, so I'll make a little guideline. Because it would be right above that thing. Yes. So the actual wheel... that's probably a bit too high. So the actual wheel needs to be able to dip below the water. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that would go around. This would be kind of cut like that. Here we've got the sides. I liked how far up that went before, where it's like not quite. Not quite the top of the wheel. There we go. That's looking nice. Cool, cool, cool. Get some nice detail in there. Doesn't have to be precise, just needs to look somewhat impressive from a distance because it's going to be a very small drawing on this brochure. Sweet. Love that. And then the actual paddles will come down. I guess they have to be below that section. Try and get some structure built in place.
I feel like I'm not talking enough for a stream. I'm getting in the zone.
And that, yeah, this would go like in front of the whole thing. And this would not actually be there, 'cause that was just our guide. And I'm already seeing that this is not lining up at all to where it should be. Yeah, probably being a little too critical of where these line up, but it does need to make sense. And you know what? To mimic our other design, there would probably be some sort of like sign here with the Riverboat Company name on it, or the ship name. Okay, windows. So these ones don't come up quite as high. But the center part does need to be consistent. something like that would work. Yeah, I'll make these windows a little taller, but I do want to leave room up top for decoration, but also for stability. It's like up here, like we could put text up there if we wanted to, or decoration. Or even just something like that. Because ultimately, that's what's going to make it look more detailed. And then we do want to give the impression of windows with the little reflection. Yeah. And then we can kind of have just the impression of detail. Same details on the trolley, so it's visually consistent. Yeah, that's coming together. Okay, so the actual boardwalk thing up here, I think I want to do a little bit of an overhang. I think I want to come off like that on each side. And we don't need to make it like super thick, but it does need to have stability to it. But what I want to do is add a kind of a nod to the rain guard of our other one. Because we had a really nice aesthetic going on with the rain guard. So we can have a little rain guard on this guy right on the end. And that would give it some similar aesthetics. Make it a little more consistent. Ooh, railings. Railings, railings, railings. Thank you. I like how it's going. I think I'll probably end the stream once we finish this guy, because I'm getting hungry. But we're pretty close. Actually, I'm not going to do those little guys yet. I'm going to do the main. The captain's nest. So that's going to line up right above that thing. Which makes sense. And then the distance between the railing and the roof is like a railing and a half. So thinking like maybe there. The captain's like nest thing I'm thinking will line up with this like bar on the window. And that'll look pretty good. Just realizing now we're gonna run out of room. Gotta leave room for the smokestack. Neat. Yeah, and then this captain's thing. Is sort of just a mini. I think having the rounded windows up there too would make sense. Like having this sort of like lookout. just to give it a little more depth, we'll have that kind of go and break the boundary. Same with this top part. I do like this shallow point for the top here. And having sort of a I think it would make sense for this to be shaded. Sort of those black peaks up there. We could even do another line underneath, just to give it some nice depth. And then windows. Windows on the top floor. Do we still want the rounded windows, or do we want... I guess it would be visually consistent to do the rounded windows. But maybe they're like a wider window. That could be fun. I guess these side parts here need a sort of door, huh? For people to get in. So maybe there's like an archway. Yeah, maybe there's like an archway on each side. That's like the same height as the others. And that's sort of how you get in and out. And that way the captain kind of has a private door, like over on that side, to get up and in to there. And that would be nice. So then these guys would have I guess the windows would cover probably about that far. Oh my gosh. Get the stroke in the same spot, please. Then this remains consistent. With the windows below. We can even do something like that. Or do we... I think actually it makes more sense to go smaller and then just add one more on each side. Except that needs to be even smaller. Cool. And we can do exactly the same thing up here as we did down there. Sweet. This roof would actually be nice if it were shaded. And then we just have the smokestack and the piston. Cool. Honestly, I think it also needs a line going across here. That would Makes sense. The circles would have to be probably about midway from the wheel. So probably about here. Cool. Getting toward the end. Just want to define these lines a little more. Give it some definition. And that will work just fine. And we can turn our symmetry off for the steam vent. Actually, I think I can make this guy a little bit smaller. So I don't want it to overpower the design. I'm also realizing because I opened this side up that the smokestack doesn't have really anywhere to go on the bottom, so I might have to close just this one side. But that's fine. Because it's going to be... It's going to have to be asymmetrical anyway at this point. Yeah, we got something like that. That way the back stack has somewhere to go. Because it doesn't need to be... doesn't need to be that thick. Just needs to be tall enough to stand out. Let's see. Some of these smokestacks have like a little line up top. So that can help add some texture. Give it a little personality. Give it some shading. So I want to give it a nice little highlight on the side. Just to help give it some depth. Something like that. Very cool. Is there anything else we missed? Oh, the railing. Yes, 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 the railing. I just realized, forgot to put symmetry back on. That will be immensely helpful. Perfect. That is the boat for the side, and now we just need a label. that can go probably off on the side. And we could put one on the other side. And then what do we want to call this ship? It's got to have a name. All ships have names. That's the most important part. It could be something sad. It could be something sailing related. Let's look up some ship names. Ooh, a ship named Generator. Oh, those aren't any good. I need some real ship names. About real ship names. The SS something. Yeah. That makes sense. Because I can't just call it the SS Misery, because that's just the city name. That's kind of lazy. I need something unique. SS Weeping. Could be. I'm looking up ship names now. Usually they're named after either places or people. There's a couple exceptions for like smaller boats. They can do whatever they want, but for bigger ones, it's usually that. Ooh, Misery's Wake is pretty fun. I do like Wake. It could also be a pun. Oh, the Stinky Finger. That's a good ship name. Oh yeah, it could be dream related. Yeah, is there a pun that works with wake for like waking up? Could just be the SS wake up. Almost done. Drift. Drift to sleep. Ooh, it could be like the SS Dreamland or something. Or Nod. Nod's a fun one too. That has to do with sleep. SS Daydream. I like that. Let's go with that. I think that works. Why did you change font? There we go. And we'll get that to fit in there. Beautiful. Darken up our line work so that it pops. think that will do it. That is our ship. Although, I do need to fix the bottom just a wee bit. And then for the illustration, it actually would make more sense if I had a layer above that was like the water. And then I'll just cover up the bottom part that's under the water without ruining the sketch, because we can use that later for other things. Perfect. Save, export. And let's just see what it looks like on the brochure. Because that will be nice. Oh, wait. I'm not finished. I did not darken my lines again. There we go. Cool. Try that again. Much better. Just make sure that that's the same size. Yeah. So that's what'll be at the bottom of those pages. Which you can't see because I'm too zoomed out. But we'll have a nice little trolley and a nice little steamboat. And now we know what those look like. Very cool. Well, thanks for joining me on this really long stream, but I am hungry, so I'm going to get going. But I'll have some more videos soon. Bye bye.